Alrighty, so I am recording this as though this is going to be not a time lapse. However, it's going to be a time lapse because the fact of the matter is that this is going to be a long process. So most of this is going to be time lapsed and probably voiceovered. But in the meantime, we're going to record it as though it's not. So I'm going to try and talk basically for a couple of hours straight, and we're going to see how that pans out. The full unedited version will probably end up somewhere, but step one, get booted. This part is just going to be a whole bunch of colored lines on the screen to the down there and over there while I get Clonezilla working. Clonezilla does not output to the HDMI, which is hooked to a capture card, unfortunately. So there's not really any way for me to capture this. So this whole part's going to be very boring and just me doing a whole bunch of tickety-tackety over here. So not a whole lot that we can do there. That's part of the reason that this part's just going to be a time lapse of me hitting buttons and yelling at the computer. But we'll see how that goes. And I am smarter than a USB port sometimes. Load. 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 Yay, okay. Keep the default layout. Always clone first when you are doing this kind of work, because it is better to have a copy that you are working on than it is to have the original that you are working on. You don't want to damage the original whenever you have to do this sort of thing. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Alrighty, choose the local disk as the source, SDA, yes. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna have to do it over USB 2. I don't want to. Let's try the other USB port. This USB port seemed to be working. Let's try this USB port and see if this will play nice. Start. Device. Please. Please. Yes! Okay, good. Oh, I did not want to do that over USB 2. I really need to find a better microphone. Okay, here we go. SDA is the source. SDC is the destination. We are not checking or anything. We're going to choose reboot and shut down, etc. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes, there's no data there to wipe out. It's a fresh, clean drive straight out of the box. And we're going to let that run. Straight clone, no real fanciness there. But the sooner we get it cloned, the sooner we get it up and running, the better. So the short version is that this is a Windows 8 machine that is running slow, and Windows 8 has been out of service for, what, it's 2022, so 2 years now, maybe 3. Can't remember exactly the date that Windows 8 stopped receiving security updates from Microsoft. Customer doesn't use it for a whole heck of a lot, so there's no reason for them to buy a whole new machine, but it's running dirt slow, has connection issues. The connection issues are likely not going to be solved by an SSD upgrade unless it's a software problem that's causing it, but we won't know for sure what the actual problem is until we get it up and running properly. So step one is get it upgraded to an SSD where we can iterate faster on the repairs and then go from there. Now while that's running, I'm going to get my tools ready so that when the drive is done cloning, I can get the SSD installed into the drive faster so that we can get this whole process done and over with as quickly and painlessly as possible. I've got my flash drive to create a clean Windows 10 up-to-date install image located off the machine, but I'm going to grab my screwdrivers because there was no need to get that while the machine was being prepped for the video, since I knew I was going to have at least 15 minutes, half an hour, assuming that the cloning goes perfectly because it's going from mechanical to solid state, and a couple hours if there was an issue with the cloning process. So I was not in any sort of rush, since at this point it's just let it sit, Don't touch it. Just leave it be and watch. I mean, it's already saying 15 minutes, and that's because of the speed it's able to pull data off of the mechanical and onto the solid state. So give me one moment. I'll be right back. One of the advantages of having a tiny shop is that you know exactly where everything is located in said tiny shop, because the space is so small, which means that I could see my tools before I even moved. But we'll have to see how long this actually takes. It claims 15 minutes, but 15 minutes doesn't always mean 15 minutes in computer land. There is no such thing as an accurate progress bar. They all lie because they all measure it by different methodologies. So we'll have to see how that actually pans out. But anyways, so step one is we're going to clone this over to Windows or to a new SSD and then install the SSD. You don't ever, if you're going to be doing a cloning operation anyways, if you're going to be doing a new drive or anything like that, you always want to transition to the new drive as early in the process as physically possible. Ideally, it's going to be the first thing that you do. There's no reason to risk the data if you don't have to. And that's the largest reason, is if you end up putting yourself in a position where the data is at risk because you decided to start doing repairs on early in, and one of the fixes that you did inadvertently corrupts the file system, then you've just cost that customer a couple of days on the fix at best, or potentially some damage to their hardware at worst. Especially if it's a mechanical drive that's 8 or 9 years old, is already on its last legs, and you didn't need to put that risk. So you want to get that data off as early in the process as physically possible, because it's all, when it comes to backups, and anyone who's worked with data recovery or data backup, ever worked in a server system, ever worked in any sort of IT department, knows 2 is 1, 1 is none, and 3 is the best number to have when it comes to copies of data on hand. So you want to have the original, you want to have your backup. In this case, the original is our backup, and this drive over here, doop, is going to be our original after we're done. That's going to be the one that we're actually working on and doing the entire process on. We're going from a 500 gig drive mechanical to a 500 gig drive SSD, which means we don't have to do any shenanigans with changing around the partitions or anything like that for Clonezilla to play nice. In the event we were going from a larger drive to a smaller drive, there is a process that you can do to make Clonezilla play nice with that. Clonezilla is free and open source. It's available for everyone to use. But there is an entire process that you have to go through, a couple hoops that you have to go through to make Clonezilla play nice with drives that have a smaller capacity than the source drive. You still have to make sure that that space is available on the original drive, because if it's trying to copy over to a drive that is smaller, and you're trying to copy space that it just doesn't have, it's just not going to work. So if you're trying to copy a 1 terabyte drive with 120 gigabytes in used space to a 250 gigabyte SSD, it's perfectly fine. But if you're trying to copy a 1 terabyte drive with 750 gigs of used space to a 250 SSD, well, you should know in advance that's not going to work. I shouldn't have to tell you that. Of course, I shouldn't have to tell you that doesn't mean I don't have to tell you that. I acknowledge that we're humans. But with that in mind, you have to basically, because Windows doesn't have tools built in to do this kind of work that are easy to use or that I'm even aware of. Linux, however, you can open up gparted, and you can shrink down the main partition, and you can move around partitions. And so what you're going to do is shrink that main partition down, remove all the excess space that you don't need, take the ending partitions, move them over, and then Clonezilla will go, oh, why, your entire drive just fits in this empty space I can ignore. And that lets you use Clonezilla to migrate to a smaller drive than the originating drive. Without that process, Clonezilla looks at the smaller drive and goes, and doesn't know what to do. So, come on, you can do it. We're 9 minutes left according to you. We're actually pretty close to the 15-minute estimate if this stays on target. Feeling like a gold leader here. Stay on target. Man, I am just made of terrible references. I talked really fast for absolutely no good reason to cover a topic that I thought I had a lot less time to cover. Anyways, Clonezilla is fantastic for backups as well. It can do device to image, so you can create hard drive images and store those locally or on network or on cloud, wherever you need to keep them. If you're someone who uses a lot of expensive software that you really just don't want to install over and over and over again, creating an image backup every couple of weeks can save you a lot of time and effort when it comes to reinstalling in the event of a critical failure of your hardware. It won't do a lot for license keys that are tied to hardware. So, for example, Windows will still have to pull its license key from the motherboard. But it'll do wonders for having to reinstall a whole bunch of software that would otherwise be problematic. There really, aside from an image backup, there really is no easy way to back up software. Backing up files, you can do that with a flash drive and whatever the built-in file explorer is for your operating system. Whether it's Windows, Mac, and you're using Finder, or whether it's Linux and you're using your file explorer of choice because Linux has so many options. So you could, or if you're using Android for desktop, and whatever files system it came with for that. But the programs that you need an image style backup or a clone style backup. I'm personally a bit lazy, and so what I'll do is I'll clone the drive in my personal machine, and then if something goes wrong, I'll take that drive and just sort of drop it in. If something goes wrong, if there's a critical systems failure, I'll take that drive, slot it back in, and we'll let it work that way. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Mr. Computer. Yeah, there's no way this isn't going to be a time lapse. I'm not going to make you guys sit here and listen to me babble for 15 minutes about backups and software and hardware and Clonezilla. I mean, there's going to be a whole Clonezilla tutorial video at some point. But right now, this is just 15 minutes of watching my hands make weird gestures at a screen. This video will be going up uncut, obviously, as a second video, but there's no need for you guys to have to watch this entire thing to get a basic concept of how we're going to repair an operating system. Well, update an operating system from 8 to 10, and then do some basic work on speeding it up and making it work a little bit nicer. As far as the network connectivity, I know that this customer does not use a wired connection. They use wireless, so we're going to have, while we're in there anyways, we'll check the antennas for the Wi-Fi card, make sure that those are seated correctly, because what seems to be happening is they're on and it disconnects after a period of time. Again, that could be caused by software. It could be a driver failure. Windows 10 may just magically fix that. Computers are weird like that. It could be a viral issue, which we'll be doing a virus clean on this. Or alternatively, and this is the weird one, it could be, well, not even a weird one, or it could be a level 1 hardware issue where the cables have just worn down over time and the little coaxial connectors at the tip have just sort of wiggled their way loose a little bit. So we'll check those while we're in there anyways. It only takes a couple of seconds in most machines, so it doesn't do us any harm to check it, and it can end up saving us a ton of troubleshooting on the back end. As far as, you know, we could spend hours in software trying to figure it out when it turns out to just be a loose connection. So as a wise man once told me, if you haven't tried the stupid thing, you haven't tried everything. And if something can take you 5 or 6 seconds to actually diagnose, you may as well give it a test. Because worst case scenario, you wasted 5 or 6 seconds. Best case scenario, you saved hours of actual effort trying to fix it. So there's no reason not to. Still got another 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Nice. All right. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I really need to mention about this particular machine. The customer is aware that there is a single line of pixel issue up and down. There also appears to be a hinge issue on this side, which, without replacing the chassis, most likely is going to be a continuing issue. Again, I've made sure that they're aware of that. Always be upfront with all of your customers. If you're in this industry, if you're not in this industry, don't expect miracles. We do what we can. We always try to be honest. Well, correction. Most of us try to be honest. But don't expect miracles. If it comes in with a physical, mechanical problem, and we're solving electrical stuff, that doesn't mean that you're going to get back a hinge. Broken plastic is broken plastic. It's going to stay broken. We can try and order those parts, but that's a part. So that means you have to pay for the part. If you're okay working with a broken hinge or a damaged piece of plastic, or if the bezel is a little bit cracked and you're okay with that, then that's up to you. That's your decision. You get to make that call. Again, my goal here is to make you an informed consumer, not to necessarily tell you how I would make this computer work or how I would get it fixed. But at the same time, bear in mind that while we try our best to make your computer come out as nice as possible, I have to point out these flaws and make sure that you're aware of them, and then give you the decision on what to actually do as far as solving them, not solving them, or abandoning the project entirely. Because if I don't do that, then I'm not putting your interests at heart. I'm putting my interests at heart. I'm making sure that I'm focusing on making money rather than taking care of you as a client. And as a business owner, yeah, that's obviously I have a vested interest in making money. But the flip side of that is that I should always be doing it honestly, ethically, and above board. Because if I'm not doing it that way, if I'm doing it by hiding the fact that there's a broken hinge, and then you get home, find out the hinge is broken, and you get upset, and then I go, oh, well, I can fix that for you, but it's going to cost you another $300. Well, all I've done is make myself look terrible in the end. And I may make another couple $100 off of it, but I've lost you as a customer. It's one of those situations where it may seem like a good idea at the time up front, but in the long run, it's just going to end up hurting your business. Because all you're going to be doing is upsetting people. There are some things that, yeah, you could probably get away with being kind of shady about. People are never going to notice, but again, all it takes is one person to figure out that you're being kind of shady. And that one person is going to tell 30 other people, hey, he's being kind of shady about this. This business is being kind of shady about this one thing, this one tiny little thing. And so acknowledging your faults, acknowledging your mistakes, learning from them, growing from them, and being a better business owner is absolutely critical, as far as little things like this, or this little crack on this side of the plastic frame, making sure the customer is aware of it when they bring it in, and that's still going to be there when they pick it up. Because if they're not aware of it when they bring it in, they spot it when they pick it up, they will blame you, and they will think that you're being a shady business owner. And all it takes is a few of those. The rule of 10, which I learned back in my retail days, it takes one bad customer or one unhappy customer to tell 10 people, and 10 happy customers to tell one. So you may lose the client by pointing out these flaws in their machines. They may end up saying, oh, well, if it's that broken, I'm going to go pick a new computer up. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. It's better to lose the one customer by pointing out the mechanical defect. It's better to lose the one person by saying, hey, you have a little crack here. You've got a hinge problem here. You've got this line across the screen here. Your charger is a little bit loose. Whatever the issues are of the machine, point out the scuffs, point out the scrapes. If it looks like there's liquid damage on a key somewhere, if it looks like, part of it was melted at some point, which I've seen in the past, but it all looks like it's cosmetic, still point it out. Make sure the customer is aware that you are aware that damage is there. Because if you don't, and they find that damage afterwards, and they think they can blame you for it, or if they decide to blame you for it because they didn't notice it before dropping it off, well, there's your one bad. They're going to tell 10 people. You just lost 11 clients instead of losing the one. It seems counterintuitive, especially when you're first starting out like I am, but you can't afford, when you're starting out, to have 11 people mad at you because you decided to take one customer. So it's difficult, but you've got to be upfront with people. Hey, that big long process is done now. Sorry, I was ranting about business ownership for no good reason. Anyways. All right, the next process says 3 minutes. I don't know why it says 3 minutes. It seems to be rushing through it. It's going pretty quick. So Clonezilla clones one partition at a time, and it only clones the parts that have data and the partition table itself. So the less data, the faster that it goes. As much as I would like to think that it clones in one bit at a time and just goes around the drive and clones it perfectly, it doesn't quite do that. So you can't get a perfect forensic image easily. As far as I'm aware, you can't get it at all out of Clonezilla. You can get a backup image, but I don't think you can get a forensic image out of Clonezilla. At least not without some tweaking. I would assume that you could tweak it because it's got all the framework there to do this sort of work. So I would assume you could tweak it to just copy the entire drive in one go. But look at it go. 2 minutes left. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. You can do it, my friend. Do the thing. Do the thing. Do the thing, do the thing, do the thing. Do the thing. Anyways. This is a Dell, I believe by the sticker. It's an i3 third or fourth gen. Looking at the sticker. So it's not the newest machine. 2025 Windows, Microsoft's no longer going to be supporting Windows 10, which again I made sure they were aware of, but the cost of a new machine versus a machine that they already know and are familiar with. And just because Microsoft's not going to be supporting Windows 10 doesn't mean I'm going to stop supporting Windows 10. If that's what my customers want to use, I'll continue supporting it until they stop using it. It may be not in their best interests after that date because of security issues, and I'll make sure that they're aware of that, you know, Windows 10 is not going to be receiving security updates after that point. But, you know, that's their decision to make. It's part of my philosophy. It should be their decision when their hardware runs its course, not some company who makes more in a year than I'll ever see in a lifetime. So at that point, I'll offer them, you know, where do you want to go from here? Do you want to continue running Windows 10? Do you want to get a new machine? Do you want me to put a different operating system on here? Do you want to get a new, what do you want to do with it? That's assuming they even bring it back to me. I'm not going to ever force someone to come back to me if they don't want to. There we go. Hey, this is looking promising. Do we have, oh, it's checking the partitions. Unfortunately, you can't really see it up there on the camera, but looks like it's doing a thing. Device is updating. Yep, okay. Give me good news. Give me the positive. Give me the affirmative that it's done. Alright, so unfortunately, this Dell is one of the ones that you have to pop the keyboard out to get into. Alright, cool. It's done. Mission complete. So we're gonna power off the machine. And now we're going to time a power on for reference. Grab my phone here. Oop, microphone, no! Alrighty. We're going to time a power on for reference. Once I get my stopwatch pulled up. I have too much stuff installed on my phone, I guess. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're just going to the desktop, I suppose. That seems like a good enough starting point. You guys should be able to actually see when it boots up on the capture card all around there. Wait, there we go. Around there. Oh, right. I had disabled Secure Boot to get the Clonezilla working nicely. So we'll turn Secure Boot back on. Actually, I shouldn't have to turn on Secure Boot. I should be able to just... There we go. Beautiful. Okay. I just have to tell it to boot UEFI. I set it to legacy mode, I should say. Okay, there we go. So that's actually an unfair test. So we're going to stop that because that's completely unfair to the drive. So first we're going to set it back to the defaults so that it'll actually UEFI Secure Boot off. Yes. Okay, good. All right, so now we're going to actually time it. I'm going to shut this off completely. There we go. All right. So we're going to go desktop, open browser, power off. We're going to do it once with the mechanical that's already in here, and then we're going to boot to the SSD, and we're going to get a time on both of those. Stopwatch is right here. Probably not getting picked up by the camera, but there we go. All right, and power button is now. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And make sure that's light's picking it up. No, not the light. Not the light. You guys should see this on the capture card in a second here. So I already went into the operating system previously, and the sum total of what I did was create a temporary admin account. We're going to ignore those Windows updates because they're not necessary for our purposes. Come on, little computer, you can do it. All right, so we are booted to a desktop without icons. Need the icons. Don't even have start menu functionality yet. There we go. All right, we're booted to a desktop with icons at just under 2 minutes, 1 minute 50 seconds. Start menu functions, load a browser. I usually use Firefox, but we'll load Chrome for this one. Like I said, we're just trying to load the browser. We're not actually going to go anywhere. Network issues are part of the troubleshooting, so I don't want to necessarily load a page. That is something I would normally do in this testing for speed, but because we're having network issues as part of the diagnosis, I don't want to have that variability in the testing measure. It seems unfair because if we have issues on one side, not on the other, it'll throw off the actual measure. All right, so let's see. We've got... Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Make sure my microphone's actually, near my face here. All righty. You can do it. I have something resembling faith in you. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Don't give me just a blank white rectangle forever. There we go. Chrome welcome screen achieved at 3 minutes 30 seconds, just shy. Close it, and we're going to shut down. And you guys are going to lose the capture in a moment here. So we'll go for when you lose capture. I think that's the most fair, because then you guys will actually be able to see exactly when that happens. There we go. So 3 minutes 50 seconds total for the entire test. Alrighty. It's still shutting down on this side. Honestly, I could have kept it running. I'm betting it's going to add another 30 seconds to a minute. There's still little lights down here. The hard drive light is still going wild. So, but I have to wait for it to shut down properly, because that was the original diagnostic. I mean, I can just go back into the video and retime it that way if I really want to. Come on. It's okay, Mr. Computer. I'm on your time. I got nothing to do today. Come on. Yay, okay, just turned off. Alrighty. So now, I get that SSD installed. Unplug everything. Move this over here. Unplug that. That's only plugged in so I don't lose it, because I acknowledge my weaknesses. Okay. Fortunately, this one is an easy one, where the drive, I believe, is under this panel. So we're going to find out. If this is one of the ones that Dell made my life easy on. Meanwhile, the laptop I'm recording on has a fan that sounds like it's trying to take off. All right, come on. Yes, there's the hard drive. Beautiful. But what about second screw? Anchored screws are wonderful. All right, and unfortunately the Wi-Fi chip is not under here, so we're not going to check that connection like I said we were going to, because that would actually be much more complicated, because we have to take that keyboard out and then take this entire back panel off. So it's not worth the amount of effort that would be involved. If it was something that we were going to do in the process, then yes, the couple of seconds that it would take would absolutely be worth it. But the amount of effort that it would take would realistically render the entire thing moot. So we're just going to take out these two screws. this whole thing slides back, pulls up, slides forward, and little metal bracket on the bottom. We need this because this pull tab is tied to it. Come on. Screw one. I'm just going to use this chassis to hold the screws for me because I'm lazy, it's easy, and it's there. Okay. The original hard drive always goes back to the customer. Their data is on it. I don't want it unless they actively want me to get rid of it for them. If they choose for me to get rid of it for them, that is fine. But I charge for forensic data wiping, so that no one can get their data off of that drive. Okay. Now, always make sure to line up your drive with the housing in advance. There's nothing as annoying as securing your drive in and then finding out that you secured it in upside down, having to take the entire thing out and then just to flip it out, just to flip it over. Anyways, as I was saying, so the drive goes back to the customer, the original drive goes back to the customer. It is a perfect backup of their computer at the time they dropped it off if they don't want it wiped. If they do want it wiped, I charge for the data wiping. I leave that up to them if they want me to do that or not. Again, that is their decision. It's their equipment, their data. If they do want me to do that, I only charge $30 for it. It's not that bad. But that's to make sure that no one can get their data. Get in there. The reason I do that, even if I'm recycling the parts, I always recommend charging or paying that $30 for the forensic wipe, because I don't want exactly what I don't want is I don't want someone to drop their drive off and then find out that, did I do a stupid? I think I did a stupid. Remember that whole thing about make sure it's lined up properly so you don't have to pull it out and find out you installed it upside down? Literally, I was just talking about it. Yeah, I just did that. So anyways, I don't want someone to drop their drive off for recycling and then feel like their data is out in the wild somewhere. Used hard drives are already questionable in terms of their longevity. So they're not my favorite parts to offer people in the first place. But I just pretty much flat out won't use them if there's still customer data on them. And deleting the data still leaves it on the drive technically, and a data recovery software can pull that data out if it's not forensically wiped. So I always recommend getting a forensic wipe done on it. At the end of the day, it's their decision if they want to take that risk or not. But I strongly recommend against taking that risk unnecessarily. It's just not worth it for them. If they forgot to remove a banking detail or something, or if they forgot they did put banking details in there, if they forgot they left their social security information in there or something like that, it's just an unnecessary risk for the customer. Where did I put the back plate? There it is. Okay. And this goes back on in this orientation. Yes, oui. Do. Do. Come on. Oh, these little plastic clips. They're wonderful for the one job that they do, but past that, I'm not a fan. All right, come on. You horrible little trolls. Get in there. There we go. Good. And then this one gets screwed down. Good. All right. Perfect. Okay, all the little flips are in. I'm going to set this back up in exactly the same way it was before, with this here. Don't need the screwdriver anymore, so I can set that down and get that out of the way. Plug this in. And power. Let's open the lid. And we're going to get the timer back. And reset the timer. And fingers off the power button. Go. Now this should be night and day. It usually is. We're going to run the same test. We're going to boot into the operating system, to desktop, load the browser, and then shut it down. We're going to stop the timer when you guys lose signal over there. Let's make sure that's visible. That's better. All right, it's figuring out the new SSD. There we go. Booted to login screen at 50 seconds. Booted to desktop with icons at a minute 8. All right, so we're going to add a second at the end, just for the sake of fairness. Load browser. Browser loads at a minute 23. Power down machine. You guys lose signal at a minute 30, because I said we were going to add a second. And computer shuts off fully at now. So that is the performance difference of an SSD. Like I said, anytime you're doing an SSD installation, you want to get that in there as quickly as possible for a few reasons. And number one is data integrity. You can see how much faster it is the second boot. That first boot was going, I don't know what this hardware is. But number one is hardware integrity, or data integrity rather. You want to make sure you're not losing the customer's data. But number two is how fast it'll let you get stuff done going forward. Now, as far as getting this up to Windows 10, this is a Windows 10 installation drive, but I don't know how up to date it is. So we're always going to do the same thing anytime that we go to do this. We're going to go to Google, and we're going to go Windows 10 installer. No, you have internet connection. Don't lie. Oh, you have an internet connection. Don't lie. All right, I have to pause this for a second while I check the internet credentials, because so on second thought, I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. I can just take this out. It is connected to the Wi-Fi, but it's just saying that it's saying not connected to the internet. So I'm pretty sure I know exactly what's causing that, but we're going to address that in Windows 10 and see if the update fixes it. For the meantime, we're going to try a wired connection instead. Since I have an Ethernet cable right here, we're going to try that first. Wired connections are generally faster and more stable anyways, so we'll try that first and foremost. Oh, well now we have a whole separate problem. Okay, so we're going to start diagnosing this. Device manager, network adapters. We're going to start with checking for IPv4. Where is that hiding again? That should be hiding details. Wait, no, it's under Network and Sharing Center. adapter settings, properties. Get back here. There it is. And, okay, IPv4 is installed. Okay. So we're able to ping Google. We're just not able to go to Google. So let's try Firefox. Use system proxy settings. You shouldn't be set up to use a proxy. Why are you set up to use a proxy? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't be using a proxy. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. The magic. So that indicates that something got in here that wasn't supposed to be in here. Okay, Windows 10 installation media, create Windows. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely going to do a proper virus sweep after this. We're probably going to remove Avast, and then we're going to talk to this customer about what they want to do going forward as far as antivirus. But first, we're going to get the Windows 10 installation media. Windows 10 is free to just download the installation tool, and that'll let you just create an up-to-date Windows 10 flash drive, which is going to be this one here. Yes. Did that download, or did that... I'm really hoping that downloaded. Yes, okay, cool. Every once in a while, the flash drive, or not flash drive, the tool will error out while it's creating the installation media. And when it does that, it's important to make sure that you correct for that. That you're able to very quickly turn around and try again. It usually happens after it finishes downloading the installation media, but it's one of those things that if you haven't downloaded the tool properly and you just ran it, you will end up having to download the tool again. So you want to keep that page open. All right, come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do the thing. This is probably also going to end up time-lapsed in the final video, as you can tell by just how wonderful Microsoft servers are at getting this done in a timely fashion. This no longer needs to be on the counter. This can go away. That is now safely and securely locked up. My little drawer full of those things. Because every time that I get the drives locally, they come with one of those little readers, because local parts are hard to come by, and so I'm sort of restricted on where I can get them from. And the only decent ones that I can get come with those little readers already in there. If I can order the parts, it usually works out better, but hey, there we go. Okay, so we're going to create installation media. You can upgrade directly from this tool, but I generally create the installation media for a couple of reasons. If something goes wrong during the creation or during the upgrade this PC now, you're going to have to re-download the Windows 10 again. And if you do it as a created installation media, you don't have to go through that download step again. You only have to create the installation media the one time, whereas if you try to upgrade the machine and it fails, you have to download the operating system a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time, or a fifth time. And yes, I've had to do that repeatedly, which is why I now do the flash drive. The other benefit is that if I have multiple machines that I'm working on within the next couple of days, this flash drive will work on multiple machines, as long as there's no risk of viral infection or anything like that. In this case, I'm only going to use it on this one machine, and then I'm going to immediately wipe it because of the risk of viral infection in this case, unless I run my virus checkers and it finds absolutely nothing. But that's the big thing, is making sure that we're checking, we're using the flash drive because we don't want to have to go through this process. On the one hand, yes, it is about making sure that things are done properly. It's about making sure that you're taking the proper steps, you're making sure that you're doing things correctly. However, there's no reason that you have to go through those steps 100% of the way every single time if you're able to do the first 6 steps in such a way that you don't have to do the first 5 every single time going forward. So if you can, you want to set up checkpoints that make your life easier. And that's exactly what we're doing here, is we're setting up a checkpoint the same way that we did with this drive, where in the event that we screw something up, we're not being sent back to before the starting position. We're being sent back to the starting position. We can just copy this drive again and start there, rather than having to rebuild the entire machine. If we mess up something here, we aren't being sent back all the way. We're being sent back to, okay, well, we already have a Windows 10 drive. We can just reinstall that and move on. We already know how much faster the SSD is. We've already verified that that's actually the slowdown. We've already verified that that's going to work. So we just have to clone the data, plug in the drive, and step it up. We don't have to go through this entire download process again. We're doing those one little thing at a time to make our lives easier in the event a mistake happens. Should a mistake happen? No. Is it always a possibility? Yes. And that's why you're setting these steps in place and doing it in this way that you're doing it, to make sure that if you have those mistakes happen, you're not shooting yourself in the foot. Actually, you know what? Let's see how close I was with my estimate on that processor, where I said I think it was 3rd or 4th gen. 3rd gen, nailed it. Well, 50-50, but 50-50, 100. But this just goes to show the performance difference of an SSD. This machine only has 4 gigs of RAM. It's half the recommended RAM. And it's now 9-year-old processor, and it's still booting in less than 2 minutes, going from power off with a new drive that it has to figure out drivers for on an outdated operating system, loading a browser, and then able to shut down completely in 2 minutes, 10 seconds, and shut down to the point where we stopped the timer because to keep the tests fair in about 1 minute, 50 seconds. So already we're talking exponential improvements in performance compared to the original drive that was in this machine. Come on, you can do it. 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 I get so impatient. And I ran out of things to talk about real quick. So how was your day? No, that's not fair. Anyways, any questions up until this point, go ahead and leave them down in the comments so I can try and answer them. If anything I've done up until this point seems confusing or seems like you aren't able to keep up, go ahead and ask. That's what I'm here for, is to try and keep everyone informed and make sure that everyone's on board and that, you know, I'm demystifying what's going on here. Well, demystifying as much as I can. I understand a lot of it's still going to be feel like it's over your head, over some people's heads. I'm not going to say your head, because that would be calling out individuals, which I don't even know. But it can feel like it's still over a lot of people's heads. But you know, the goal is to try and demystify as much as I can here and keep people as in the loop, because nothing that I do should really seem like that much of a mystery. So if you have any questions, any complaints, any comments, go ahead and just leave them down in the comments, and I will try and answer them as quickly and honestly as I can. Hey, verifying download. We made it to the next step. We made it to the next step. Okay. Hey, okay, creating Windows 10 media. So this is where things get weird. Usually, if it's going to fail, this is where it fails, is it'll get a chunk of the way, if not all the way through, and then it'll throw a fit. And that's where doing it by the drive rather than doing it by the computer makes the difference. Because if it gets all the way through this process and has an issue, then you're going to have problems with my brain just shut off. Oh, if it gets all the way through this process and you're downloading it to the computer and you ran it instead of downloading the actual installer, well, you can see how much time we're taking to just create the one USB. Now imagine if you were doing that for the just the one computer instead of for the one flash drive. Whereas if we do this for the one flash drive, we have the one drive ready to go. We went through this process ideally just one time, occasionally multiple times. Come on, you wonderful, wonderful piece of hardware. There we go. Progress is being made. Like I said, progress bars lie. So they only tell you that progress is being made, not necessarily how much of that progress is actually happening. Every progress bar reads differently. Some of them read by file count, some of them read by total file size, some of them read by number of files remaining, some of them, well, that is file count. There's enough different ways to measure how progress actually takes place on a computer that it's almost impossible to fully track how it's actually done. And that's really where the issue comes in, because if you have a progress bar that measures, let's say it's taken 25 minutes to move 500 megabytes. Cool. Those 500 megabytes were all in a line, and it made it real easy to find them, and real easy to grab them, and real easy to pull them in and out. The remaining 500 megabytes are all scattered all over the drive. Well, that's going to throw off your measurement, so your progress bar is now inaccurate. Well, okay, cool. So let's go with number of files moved instead. Number of files moved. Well, files come in different sizes. And so if you're going off of number of files moved and you have a whole bunch of really tiny files, that's going to make your progress bar go really fast. And then you get to that one really big file and your progress bar is just going to freeze. Okay, well, let's go off of a mixture of the two. We'll go off of number of files moved as an average based on the size of the file. Okay, cool. You run into a mixture of both problems now, where a large spurt of files moving when they're in sequence will throw off the average, and so it'll look like it's a real-time progress bar, and that's when you see the timer start jumping all over the place because it's trying to adjust. Progress bars are always a lie. They'll only tell you that progress is being made, but they won't tell you how long is actually left. Always take it with a grain of salt. Ideally, a very large grain of salt. Because it's measuring progress by its metric, not by human metric. Human metric is variable depending on how we decide that we want to measure it. But its metric is based on how the programmer decided to put that metric in there. Unfortunately, each programmer is different. Each program is different. Each progress bar is different. Progress bars lie. 55%. But you saw how quick it went from 1 to 19. So, even though I'm fairly certain this one does not go by total file size moved, it's definitely you're seeing chunks where it'll pause, and then it'll rush, and then it'll pause, and then it'll rush, and then it'll pause. They'll do the same thing with updates too. I think Microsoft goes off of the number of files moved metric, which means that any processes that interrupt the file movement, such as unpacking files or compiling data or anything like that, will affect that metric as well. Which is why this part is getting time-lapsed on a separate video, because it's not fair to make people watch all of this and listen to me ramble about progress bars and how they lie for like 5 minutes. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. See, the worst part is that I kept this in frame, because if I had just left this part over here, we would have been all set, and we could have just left it as, like, you know, you could full screen this and then say, oh, sorry, I'm doing updates. Oh, you can't interrupt me. I'm at work right now. I'm being busy. Just mute the video and then say that we're running updates. Alrighty. We're getting there slowly but surely. 98%. Make sure the screen doesn't dim out. $99. $99. We're almost there. Yes, flash drive is ready. Excellent. Okay. Beautiful. Alrighty, so the clever amongst you may have noticed the clock just jumped forward about 3 or 4 minutes. Had someone come in and took the opportunity to get off my back for a second. But you'll also notice the cursor has not moved. That is because I have not done anything on this computer from the moment that I got up. So I'm going to continue moving on as though I did not just get up. So from here, we're going to go down here. We're going to go to the drive that we just created. We're going to setup. And we're going to create the new drive. or not create the new drive. We already created the new drive. So if you run a Windows 10 installation, no, I don't want to help make the installation of Windows better. Anytime I can turn off telemetry, I always want to. Speeds things up, makes things easier. All right, so we're gonna do getting updates. I don't care if you get updates, honestly. Like, getting updates is unnecessary in this case. Honestly, if I unplug this and if I turn on airplane mode, where's the button? Where's the button? There it is. Function. Oh, that's fine. Do what you gotta do. Do what you need to do, Mr. Man. Alrighty. You can do it. Getting a few things ready. Love how it just runs to the background. I'm gonna minimize this in case that happens again. Accept the license agreement. Checking for updates, which is unnecessary. Again, honestly, let's just turn on airplane mode. Screw it. We'll let it do its thing. Just created the flash drive. Checking for updates. Checking for updates. Checking for updates. Updates getting checked. Updates are checked. Edding. Nated. Etude. Elatinating. Doing the thing. Doing the thing. So usually I remember to turn off the network connections before doing this step. In this case, I did not, because I am apparently not thinking today. But we'll have to see where this goes. It may end up having us reboot the computer. Occasionally it does. You can do it, little computer. You can do it. You can do the thing. Okay. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. I have nothing to talk about when it comes to updates, unfortunately. That's the real reason that I'm being quiet here, is there's just not a whole lot to discuss. That's why I usually skip this step, is there's nothing for me to cover. It's just the most boring progress bar of all progress bars. And there's a lot of boring progress bars. I should know. I've seen a lot of progress bars. This progress bar in particular is the worst progress bar in terms of entertainment. You know what? Let's turn on it. Well, no, because the thing is, if we turn on airplane mode at the beginning, it'll go unable to check for updates. Let's just do the thing. But if we turn on airplane mode in the middle, it occasionally will just freak out and not have any idea what to do. The problem is that there's no way for me to cancel this that I'm aware of. Well, let's see what happens if I hit this. Oh, yes, I am sure I want to quit. Ooh, yes, turn on airplane mode now. Ah, brilliant. That's perfect. We'll give this a moment to do its cleanup. I'm glad they updated that. I don't think it used to do that. Either that or the machine I tried that on was so outdated that it just didn't play nice with that particular command. Because as I recall, the last time I tried that was on a computer the customer didn't want an SSD upgrade. They wanted to keep the old mechanical drive, and so that computer was just it was in rough shape. It was not pretty. But as I recall, if we run it, it doesn't have a network connection. It'll try to check for updates. It'll get to about 12%, and then it'll just go, yeah, I'm good, and just work. Because we have it off of a local drive. No, I don't want to help make the installation better. Nice, it didn't even get to 12%, it just went, no, we're good. Cool, checking your PC. You can do it. You can do it, Mr. Computer. You got this. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot for me to discuss on this particular screen, which is why I'm being so quiet. The actual important bits are going to be on the next screen. I think it's on the next screen. It's either the next screen or the screen after. So we just have to sort of wait this part out and see where this comes in, because it's like it's here. It's just we got to get through to it first. Come on. Come on. You can check the PC all day, every day, but like, just give me the option. Just do the thing. Do the thing. You can do it. Come on, 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 come on. Hey! Accept. Make sure you're ready to install. Getting updates. There's no updates. See, I knew there was a 2 in the number. See, that was way faster than actually pulling updates. Oh, I'm ready to install. Are you ready to install? Dead air in the video. Nothing like dead silence. It's the most wonderful form of artistic interpretation. It lets the viewer put in whatever they would like. You know, maybe I'll just pull something from the YouTube audio library and just put it in all that dead space. There you go. That'll be the only editing that I do on this version of the video. Is I'll just take take something from the YouTube audio library and just shove it in with all that dead air that we've got going on. Because I said uncut. I didn't say unedited. Yeah. Haha. That's my justification. Finger waggle. Wag, 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 wag. Come on. Come on. Come on. Do the thing. Do the thing. Do it, do it. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Yeah, no, it's just being a Windows installer. That's what it boils down to, is it's just being a Windows installer. Dun, 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 dun. While we're in here, let's get a look at the installed programs. All right, it's not Windows 10, it's Windows 7. So we want... because I don't know exactly where everything is in Windows 8. It's not Windows 7, it's Windows 8. Vast. Okay. We're going to check the Avast off camera in case there's account data in there. Again, we don't want to ever reveal customers' personal data on there, on camera. So we're going to check the Avast status off camera. I'm actually going to pause this for a moment while this is loading anyways. Hold on. All right, so that is the free Avast. There is no account information associated with it, so we're clear to cover that. But let's see what exactly the free version of Avast includes. All right, I turned off the internet. Let's turn that back on. Well, let's do it wired. Now that we're past the update step, it shouldn't have any interest in trying to pull updates anymore. But as I recall, the free version of Avast is reactive, not proactive. Yeah, whatever. There we go. Detect and block. And smart scan. So I didn't see any active scanners. Yeah, it says there's shields though, which I would assume means that it's got active shields running. Well, we'll see if anything got through after we're done with this update. I'm hesitant to think that nothing did, but there's only one way to be sure. and computers are weird, so there's no such thing as a perfect antivirus. The entire antivirus process is one big arms race. Oh no, the PC has enough space, trust me. Anyways, there's no such thing as a perfect antivirus. The entire process. There we go. Okay, so now that we're on this screen, this is the one that I was waiting for. So anytime that you're going to do this kind of work, you always want to check for keep personal files and apps. Wait on this screen, pause on this screen, reread this screen, double check this screen, verify this screen. I've worked with technicians who get very eager, very excited. They just see this and they're like, ready to install. Yes, click. Double check these lines. Occasionally it will say do not keep personal files and apps. Occasionally it will say remove everything. Double check. Different customers, different requirements. If it says keep personal files and apps, you can factory reset the computer afterwards and remove all that stuff anyways. If it doesn't say keep personal files and apps, you are tied in. You cannot retain that data. You only have a one-way path. You do not have a choice. So you always want to make sure that you are double checking on this particular screen what it says. So we're going to go ahead and hit install now that we see that. And it's going to go ahead and do this entire process for us of upgrading the computer from Windows 8 to Windows 10. So we don't really have to do anything, and it's going to keep all of the programs that are already on the computer in place. Why? Because, again, I'm lazy, this is easy, and it does the job. We don't need this anymore. This can come out. So based on the fact that there were proxy settings when there didn't need to be, that proxy setting may have actually been the cause of those network issues that we were seeing. Of course, we can't be sure. Those proxy settings may have been necessary due to a specific network setup that they had at home. But until the customer takes it home, we can't really verify. All we're going to be able to do here is get it online, run a couple of network tests, make sure that everything's working here, and try to replicate the issue in-house. But because we weren't able to get it on the network at all due to those proxy settings, wired or wireless, we have to assume that those proxy settings were the actual cause of the issue in the first place. So that's our first assumption. In the event we get it stepped up and we start seeing random disconnect problems after we get it online, we start doing some surfing, we play a couple of YouTube videos or something and verify that it is able to maintain long-term connectivity, we can assume that that was the actual culprit. We have the customer take it home, and we cover this under a warranty. That warranty, what we want them to do, if they start having those issues, we want them to write down exactly what they were doing right before that happened. Ideally, every button push, everything that was on the screen, every program that was running. We want to know everything about what led up to that so that we can replicate the issue here in store. In the real world, we're going to get the overarching concept. We're not going to be able to get every single button push. No one remembers if they hit control or shift in that exact moment. It's just not going to happen. But you want to try and get as close as you can. Every once in a while, you get someone who accidentally hits airplane mode, for example. I had a customer come in at my previous employer who turned on airplane mode, and they were without internet for a good week before they brought it in. We were able to fix it by just literally 2 button presses. They were so pleased with the end work that they ended up dropping it off for a full diagnostic, making sure the computer was fully up and running. We found a couple other problems with the machine that we ended up making a couple $100s off of, but we weren't going to charge them for just pushing a button and getting the computer back online. So, you know, something as simple as that can certainly cause those problems. It doesn't have to be a proxy setting. So we always want to keep an eye on that. In terms of installing the Windows 10 upgrade, that can go wrong occasionally, but it very, very, very rarely ever does, especially if the computer is already in good working order. If the operating system doesn't seem to have any defects or problems, it's almost never an issue. I am, however, noticing some bowing here on the chassis, which I don't think I noticed before. I'm wondering if that's battery swelling or not. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put my headset down and let you guys keep watching this. I'm gonna grab a spirit level that I have floating around, and I'm just gonna lay it on top here and see if that's actually flat or not. Hold on one moment. All right, and I'm back, and we're just gonna, I don't know, it's flat. I'm just being paranoid. Now, actually, it's subtle, but there's a little tiny bump there. Granted, that may be the result of feet on the bottom. Because there's no mechanical drive in there, I'm comfortable lifting it up and checking. Aha, there's the culprit. I had it sitting on its own power cable. No, it's still bowed. And that's right where the battery is. So I don't want to pull the battery out while it's working, in case this is one of the models that's really picky about having the battery in order to turn on. But as soon as this Windows 10 update finishes, we're going to go ahead and pull that battery out and check it for potential bloating. Again, it's very minor, and I honestly, normally I wouldn't have noticed it in the first place, but because of the number of progress bars that we've been sitting through, I had the opportunity to catch it. So if it does turn out to be an actual issue, again, we want to address it earlier rather than later. It's better to know about it while we're working on the machine than have the customer go home, find out there's a problem, come back and attempt to blame us for something that we never went near. Case in point, the hard drive bay is up here. We haven't done any work in this side of the machine at all. So it's, if we happen to notice something like that, we want to sort of ID it early in, and make sure that we document it, make sure that we're aware of it, contact the customer, make sure they're aware of it, and find out what they want to do about it if there does turn out to be a problem. If it turns out to not be an issue, if there's nothing actually wrong there, if there's no sign of any bloating or damage, then it's not. Then it becomes a non-issue. Given that this is a 9-year-old processor, it's likely that this is also a 9-year-old battery. So that's something that we want to bear in mind. And batteries are the only guaranteed wear in modern electronics. So it's entirely possible that this battery is reaching towards the end of its life, but we won't know until we pull it out and look at it. You can do it. You can do it. So this progress bar, as I recall, it gets to around 80%, and then the computer reboots. I think that's about where it restarts. We're going to find out in a moment here, though. I need to hydrate. The only thing I have to drink is isopropyl alcohol, and I'm not doing that. That would be bad. So if I start talking less, even as I have things to talk about, don't be surprised. We'll find out. We may be entering voiceover territory. Who knows? The idea is to be unscripted, not completely unedited. Like I said, uncut, not unedited. The only time I'll ever cut it is if there's customer data that I have no other way to remove. Come on, pewter. Come on, pewter. I don't know why you're locked at 72%. Oh, right, because progress bars are a lie! Sorry. I don't trust progress bars, as you guys may have or may not have figured out from the previous rant. Swizzly. I don't know why that's mildly entertaining to me. It's a trackpad, not a toy. Anything's a toy if you're dedicated enough. You just have to be childish enough, and I'm childish enough. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, progress bar, why? I wish I had something like mildly entertaining to talk about. Maybe I should start going through the YouTube music library and picking out what I want to use for the dead space. I don't think I've actually gone through the music library at all. I don't think I even know how to get to the music library. How do you get to the YouTube music library? Like, I know it exists, but how do you get it? YouTube music library. Duke. No. Oh, hey. Neat. There's like a whole thing on how to find the audio library. As you guys may have figured out, I'm new to being a content creator. I know absolutely nothing about any of this. So I'm gonna learn how to do this. Okay, cool. So, so you link everything except the thing that I need. Neat. Oh, okay, cool. So that's what that's hiding. It's on the internet. I mean, everything's on the internet at the end of the day. Hey, massive jump on the progress bar because progress bars are not to be trusted. 80% complete, 81% complete, 85% complete, 87% complete, 91% complete, 93% complete, 94% complete, 95% complete. 95% complete. 95% complete. Woolly woo. The ho is just saying that, like, I think it stops at 80 and then just does things. Nope, PC will start in a few moments. Alrighty. Now, I can't remember exactly what step I'm allowed to unplug the flash drive at, but we'll find out. Big stretch. Okay. I think I'm allowed to unplug it here. I'm going to leave it in. As long as it doesn't boot to the flash drive, we should be fine. You guys lost video signal. I mean, that was inevitable. Anytime the computer turns off, the machine loses the drivers for the video output. So, alright, we've got our little loading icon for Windows, little loading dots, and come on, do it. Do the thing. Do the thing. Oh, my flash drive is flashing. I don't like that. Oh, here we go. Working on updates. Alright, I should now be allowed to unplug the flash drive. Still not going to because I'm paranoid. And just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not after you. But I should be able to, as I recall. Working on updates. Don't turn off your pick. This'll take a while. So pretty much as soon as this is done, the next step is a full virus removal. And after the virus removal, we're going to do a debloat. Because Microsoft has a whole bunch of extra stuff in there that doesn't need to be there. A bunch of telemetry and a bunch of phone home stuff. So we're going to go ahead and start by making sure that we remove any malicious software that's left over, any viruses, spyware, adware, all that stuff. There's a specific tool that we can use that'll run multiple antivirus checkers back to back to back. So we're going to start with that. Immediately after we do that, we're going to go ahead and run a script by Chris Titus, I believe is the guy's name. I'm going to link him down in the description in the original video where I first found out about the script. But its entire job is to debloat, and then I think it gives you a couple of extra setup options for Windows last time I checked, as far as specific softwares that you may or may not want to install on a new computer. In this case, we're running it on a new installation of Windows 10, so it's gonna go through, check for all that extra stuff, and remove any unnecessary stuff that Microsoft puts in there that's just going to slow the computer down. It's already much faster than it originally was. Again, we have a mechanical spinning rust drive that's been replaced with an SSD. You saw the how much faster that already was. The boot and the shutdown alone are already much faster. The program loading is exponentially faster. So we've already made a massive improvement in terms of performance. But there's more overhead that we can sort of free up. And as time goes on, the telemetry historically, at least in my experience, and this is anecdotal, but it does get slower over time. There's more telemetry for it to sort through, there's more stuff for it to sift through. So if we can just turn that telemetry off entirely, that's going to make the computer last at that speed for a longer period. It's still fast enough that even with that slowdown, most people aren't going to notice it. but there's no reason to have our customers experience that slowdown unnecessarily if we have a way to turn it off. There's another tool that we can use called O&O Shutup 10, which has other things that it can put on as well. The Chris Titus one is a single command line that we can run in PowerShell, so I tend to lean towards that one. O&O Shutup 10 is a single program, which if the customer wants full control over their computer, they want to be able to toggle on and off certain trackers, they want to be able to toggle on and off certain features, that's the way you want to go. But if the customer really just wants you to make their computer go fast, they don't really care too much about what's on, what's not, then the Chris Titus one is probably the one to use. In this particular instance, the customer doesn't care super much about direct manual control over individual settings, so we're not going to use the O&O Shutup 10. We're going to use the Chris Titus command, and we're going to use that to sort of just flatten out all the bloat that Microsoft puts in there by default. As soon as these updates finish, which you guys can't see because unfortunately the output to the capture card is disabled during this particular stretch. But we have another progress bar. This wonderful progress bar is at 15%, where it has been for about 2-3 minutes, I think, because progress bars are all lies. In fact, I'm not even sure there's a reason to record this part of the video, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pause the recording, and I'm going to come back when we have an output, because I'm going to go try and find some water. So, haha. 16%, nice. I'm back, and the computer is still at 17%. We haven't missed anything. So, I'm going to go walk away again and see if I can maybe find something mildly productive to do, I guess, while I watch the progress bar and hope. We'll see. have returned to 22%. Oh, I didn't pause it. I didn't unpause it. Well, I mean, since you guys have already been watching a blank screen for like 5 minutes, I guess. Well, now I feel bad. Yep. I'm going to pause it this time, though, because it is not fair to make other people watch this stuff. Pause. We are up to 48%. Progress is being made. Ah, I love this whole process. Usually I love this process. It's just time consuming. That's all it is. It ends up making the computer much faster and often more reliable, but it's just time consuming while you just sit here and watch a progress bar and hope and hope. But anyways, back to pausing the video so that no one has to sit here. Oh, hey, 52%. Wow, another big jump. All right, back to pausing the video so that no one has to sit here and listen to me try and figure out what to ramble about for another, I don't know, hour. It's been half an hour already while we've been waiting on this. But yeah, no reason to make people listen to me. Pausing. It has finally decided to begin the rebooting process. I believe that we are finished with most of the progress bars. We will find out in a moment. It is now 85% of the way through the updates. I am waiting with bated breath. Bated breath. Bated breath. Bait breath. Fish. Now I'm hungry. I could go for some fish and chips. I've got breaded fish at home. I just need to pick up some fries. Fish and chips sounds really good. You can do it. You can do it, Mr. Computer. So I just found the YouTube music library while I was waiting, trying to make sure that I'm staying productive. And I'm torn because none of the songs that I've listened to the first couple seconds of so far sound like they would be the right fit for the mood of the videos. So I'm sort of in this gray area of like, okay, on the one hand, I can put in the music, but on the other hand, like, what song do I put in? And so I'm debating, like, do I just download all of them and then just start at the beginning and just play through all of them until eventually we hit the end? Or do I, like, what do I do? So we'll find out. 89%. Come on, 90%. I think I can talk through 10% of updates. I should be able to do that as long as they're relatively quick. But yeah, so I'm going to be listening to all those songs, well, at least most of those songs, trying to figure out which one to fill the silence with on my videos going forward. Because it's just one of those things where it's not doing me any favors or you guys any favors to have to sit through a whole bunch of dead space. Because I want these videos to be educational primarily and informative, but if people aren't sitting through the dead space and the dead silence, because that part is boring, to put it bluntly, then they're not getting the informational part out of it. So if I can put in some YouTube license-free, royalty-free, won't get copyright struck music, then to grab people's attention and keep them in during the dead spaces, that may actually help people get the information out of these videos that I want them to get. As far as the actual repair portion, business owner side of it, I'm definitely not your ideal example of a business owner yet. I am very much a small business owner who is still learning a lot of how that works, but the actual repair portion of it, I got some experience on that side. So I've done this part long enough to know how most of this works, and my research ability on it is very much there. Please ignore the dry mouth. It's just from talking as much as I have been without properly hydrating, because I lack foresight and so did not come to work today with a proper amount of fluids. That is just me not thinking ahead. And we have 100% of updates done according to this. It is now on a please wait screen, so we are almost ready to go. We have a login screen. We are logging into temp admin. Hopefully you guys should be able to see this in a moment over on the capture card. Where finger, there we go. Over going that way. Over that way. We've got some updates for your PC. This might take several minutes. It shouldn't take several minutes. It should only take about 30 seconds on the high end. If we had the old spinning rust in there, yeah, it would take a while, but with the SSD in there, it should be pretty quick. Come on. Come on. You can do it. I believe. Mostly. I kind of believe. Not really. I don't really believe. It's Microsoft. I have such limited faith in Microsoft. Come on, 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 come on. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Do the thing, do the thing, do the thing. Hey, okay. So unfortunately, this is not showing up over there, but we are now on the privacy settings screen. Generally speaking, if this is being set up for me, I turn off tailored experiences, I turn off diagnostic data, I turn off location. In fact, I turn off all of these. Setting it up for a customer is a little bit different. I turn off the advertising ID. I turn off I leave on the Find My Device and the location, because depending on the customer, that's actually very useful. I turn off the diagnostic data because any telemetry is not exactly great, including the location data, but at least the Find My Device is useful if the device gets stolen, if they are using a Microsoft account. In this case, they're not, but it can be useful. In this case, this is a temp admin account, so this is functionally my account on the computer. It's going to be removed as soon as we're finished. So there's no real reason to have any of it on. And hopefully, searching for display driver. Yes, good, 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 good. I'm going to turn airplane mode off so we can get reconnected to the Wi-Fi's. We are reconnected to the Wi-Fi's. Hopefully, we should get a display output in a moment. Dell backup and recovery is no longer available. That's fine. Bluetooth software is no longer available. That's also fine. I just want output to the capture card. Come on. Output to the capture card, please. Do I have to unplug? Let's try unplugging it and plugging it back in. Shouldn't be necessary, but no, not working. Okay. Doesn't detect another display. Okay, that's fine. Device manger. I'm trying to get the capture card up and running for you guys so you can see what I'm seeing. That's all that I'm doing right now, is just trying to get that working. Update driver, search automatically. No, okay, cool, that's fine, I guess. It's basically a box standard Dell, so it should have support assist installed already. So ideally, we should be able to download an up-to-date driver out of this, hopefully. So normally Windows 10 will just automatically load in the drivers from Windows 8, and those drivers are cross-compatible. In this instance, for whatever reason, it has decided not to do that. So that's what we're sort of trying to get it to fix. No, I don't care about Edge. Go away. So you can't see it up there, but I'm loading Dell's Support Assist to try and use the lazy way to get the graphics drivers up to date, to include the display output. Oh, hey! Didn't even have to do that. Fantastic. Okay, you can go away now. All right. Increase the brightness on my side. Alrighty. So, we are now in the computer. Files are in the computer? Of course. As you can see, we still have all of this excess space. SSDs are fantastic, except for when they fill up. So one of the things that I do for my customers, until I'm corrected on it, which I just haven't seen anyone correct. I haven't had anyone give me a good reason not to do this yet, is I shrink the main partition by about 10%. SSDs have a process called wear leveling, and the more empty space that they have to do that process in, the better, generally speaking. Giving that 10% extra space, it won't prevent a customer from going past the long-term safety line. Like ideally you want to keep an SSD below a certain threshold, so they'll still be able to go over that threshold. But if they start getting low drive space warnings, it doesn't mean their drive is about to die. It means they need to start freeing up space to get back down to that safety line. Whereas if you don't free up that space, I have had customers who have killed SSDs because they just weren't paying attention. That was very early into SSDs when they first were rolling out. And it's just a habit that I've kept over the years. And I say about 10% because I do it the lazy way. I take the number on the box and put that at the beginning and then just put zeros after it until I can't make any more size. But I had a customer who tried to put a 1 terabyte backup onto a 128 gig SSD. The SSD did not survive the process because of the way that SSDs do the wear leveling process. And he ended up damaging the SSD within a very brief period of time because it ran out of space, and then he tried to use it for a very, I think about a 3 or 4 month stretch, and it didn't have space to do its wear leveling in, and he just fried what memory cells were left. So rather than risk that, I just sort of go ahead and do that for my customers, just to make sure that they have that extra space available. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to pull up the Tron Script. Tron Script is a antivirus script. We're going to actually disable all of the live shields while we do this. And go to the official link. Now, if it was my personal machine, I would use the torrent, but Tron Script is just going to run multiple antivirus checkers back to back, one after the other. It's going to look for any viruses, malware that it finds. It's going to do that over and over and over for each antivirus that it installs and runs. I don't remember exactly how many antiviruses it checks. It installs it, runs it, and then uninstalls it to make sure that no antiviruses are causing problems with each other. But yeah, we're able to just sort of run this script, and then that will clean up the machine of any viruses that are remaining on the hardware. So that's really what we want to get done here. Wait for that to finish downloading. You can do it, my friend. You can do it. Alrighty. Now that it's downloaded, we just run it. Okay, and we should be able to just go into downloads folder. We should see Tron. We should be able to just run this batch file. Now, I personally tend not to run batch files from Explorer. Just something I've picked up over the years. If you run a batch file from Explorer and there's no pause at the end of that batch file, the batch file will run and then it'll end, and you won't actually get the output that you're looking for. Unfortunately, the old run command prompt here doesn't work, so we do cmd to run command prompt, and then we're going to go into cd downloads and cd tron, and that'll give us into this same folder here. If you read the instructions, it pretty much just tells you exactly what to do, including command line use and all that. They tell you to reboot to clear up any pending updates, because if you don't reboot, it can break the system. We just ran the installer, so that should be fine. We're still going to do it to make sure. And in fact, we're not going to just do that. We're going to do the we're going to do an update check to make absolutely sure. But you always want to make sure that you are doing running it from the command line, not just from the actual batch file. They say you want to copy it to the desktop, which is fine, and you can run it from safe mode or regular mode. You want to run it as administrator, which is fine, and it does take several hours to run. You are expecting it to take some time, which is fine. Command line, you can give it a whole bunch of extra arguments. Feel free to read through those. But I always try to run from command line just to make sure that we're actually getting the output at the end as well. When you go into desktop, it would just be this instead. That's it. As far as getting those updates, go in here, update and security, and check for updates. We are just trying to make absolutely sure that we have all updates that need to be there. We don't want this computer getting updates in the middle of our processes and deciding, oh, hey, good news, there's updates for me to pull, and then pulling those updates, downloading things, even though we just created it. And look, all of these, if Microsoft had decided to try and pull these updates in the middle of what we were doing, this would have actually caused a whole lot of problems. So we wanted to make sure that we got these first. In the meantime, I'm going to make my life a little bit easier and create a new text document called debloat. And in here, I'm just going to end up putting the PowerShell command that I'm going to run later. Since I have to wait for those updates anyways, I may as well type this out. So the PowerShell command is IWR tick useb https://christitus.com/win pipe IEX. I think that's the entire command. I believe that's the entire command. And what that should do is that'll download and run the debloater for Windows 10. Once that debloater is run, again, we're going to run the antivirus first, but then we're going to run the debloater afterwards. So having this on hand means that I don't have to type it out later. I can just copy and paste it directly into the PowerShell window, which will let it download and install that for me, rather than wasting the time to type that out, since I'm after this is already done, since I have to wait for these to download and install anyways, for us to run the proper antivirus system. And just verifying that that's the correct link, and it looks like it is. Alrighty, so this doesn't need to be open anymore. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and we're going to run PowerShell as administrator, or command prompt as administrator, and we're going to run an SFC. This shouldn't matter. No, SFC conflicts with update. I don't know why I thought I could do that. So SFC and DISM are both system checkers. We're going to run those at the end. They don't take a whole lot of time, but they're not harmful to the system, and they can verify that Windows thinks that Windows is good. Granted, Windows thinking that Windows is good doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot, but it can't hurt anything to run them, in my experience. And it can fix things that you didn't realize were damaged. Alright, so we have at least one thing pending a restart, which is just the mouse, which is fine. Wait for the rest of these to finish downloading and installing. Now you could, in theory, keep the Tron script on a flash drive, move that from computer to computer. But Tron script does get updated. And so it's a good idea to make sure that you're downloading the freshest version each time. In the event you use an out-of-date one, you may end up missing a specific virus scanner, or you may end up pulling the wrong data. It's only a couple of extra seconds each time. It's not like trying to create a Windows flash drive on every machine, or trying to create the Windows installer or trying to use the Windows installer to update the machine and having it fail 3 or 4 times in a row. It only took about a minute and a half to download that file and actually get it running. So it makes the most sense to just download it each time. Make sure you're taking care of the customer properly. Or if it's on your own machine, make sure you're taking care of yourself properly. Tron Script, however, is an open source piece of hardware, or piece of software rather. It is not centralized, and they take no liability for any damage done to your machine. So always make sure you're using a backup copy of your information, or make sure you have a backup copy of your information in case something does go wrong. You don't ever want to put yourself in a position where your only copy is the one you're risking. Again, 2 is 1, 1 is none, and 3 is ideal. Windows Update is having a freak out. Oh, yeah, Windows Update freaked out completely. We had a Windows Update back. Gotta know the status of the updates. And this is why we run those random file checkers and things like that during and after the processes that we run. Because if it's a minor thing like Windows just not knowing how to manage its resources properly, that's normal. That's Windows being Windows. If it's a larger issue at play, like one of the files not downloading properly, or Windows misplacing a DLL, that could be a larger issue that we want to make sure that we're addressing and that we're trying to handle before the customer gets their hands on the machine. Because there have been times in the past where things have not ended well if we don't actually address those problems. All right, we are. So it looks like we're just waiting on Windows Defender to do its thing. But I think we have to wait for the 21H2 to finish downloading first. $30%, 32% progress. Wow. 33%. Wow. 35%. Wow. There's a fly stuck in that window over there. It's driving me absolutely mental. I just randomly hear this, and I deal with enough electrical devices that every time I hear it, I go, oh no, please tell me that's the fly. Even though I have nothing currently plugged in, it just gives me that moment of panic each time, and I'm not sure how to handle it each time. See, who needs the YouTube audio library when you have the wonderful pipes of SFE Tech? With such wonderful songs as do 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 do. That's what I got. Windows updates are the most exciting part of owning a computer. Hey. Okay. We're making moves. Progress is happening. I have no idea what song I'm going to use. I might not even use music. I don't know. Downloading and installing, downloading and installing, downloading and installing, downloading and installing. And I need fluids. I've got a... Okay, so now I've got 2 pending restart. 1 installing, 1 downloading. One that's downloading is going to take a while to actually install, in my experience. Alright, so I'm going to pause the... Well, no, I'm not going to... No, because you guys can actually see what's going on, so I'm not going to pause this. But I am going to get up and walk away. And... yeah. That's... I'm going to get up and walk away for a moment. For reasons. And mute the mic. And... yeah. So, have fun watching a progress bar for a minute. I'll be back. And now I know how to do a time lapse, which is really what I needed to know, because, well, needless to say, if this is going to take several hours, the short version doesn't need people watching the screen for several hours for no good reason. So I can just time lapse it and then voice over it. But that's a skill that I don't have, so. I'm still going, huh? Hey, 100%. I'm okay with that. Let's try and get this computer restarted. Rebooted. Wait a minute. No. So anyways, hopefully this one should go much faster, since I think it's just verifying the installation. Assuming I was paying attention. Tron Script, 3 to 10 hours is not a horrible estimate. It does assume a few things in that estimate, so ours may actually go faster. It may not be horribly off given the specs of the machine, but given they're assuming certain things, one of which is the potential for a mechanical hard drive to be involved, one of which is the potential for large numbers of files to be involved. This customer doesn't have a large number of files. This customer also has an SSD, but it does have to install and remove multiple antivirus programs consecutively. So the processor factors into that, as does the RAM. Now, granted, the way that a computer works when it runs out of short-term memory is it creates a fake file on the fake short-term memory on the local long-term storage. So given that the SSD is as fast as it is, that may resolve that issue and let it move much faster through that process. If that's the case, then fantastic. We don't have to worry about it. But until we actually get it through that step, we won't know, or until we actually get through that antivirus check, we won't know exactly how long that's going to take. While I'm willing to be here for 10 hours for my customers, unfortunately, I do have to get back here in the morning. And as you can see, it's currently 5:30 at night. So depending on how long this runs, we may end up being in a position where I have to pause the recording overnight and finish it up in the morning. We're going to have to see which side of that equation we're going to fall on. So we'll have to play it by ear a little bit as we go. In the meantime, I'm going to try and get me some food. Alright, so why are you locked on 21%? Did you do that little... Yeah, I think you did. Now we're going to close that window, reload the updates window again, because computers are dumb. See if it's still locked on 21% or not. And it is, okay. So we just have to be patient and hope. That's fine. I can be patient. Occasionally, if I have to be. Which I guess I have to be. Not that I'm super duper stoked about it, but 'tis what 'tis. Fine. You can do it, little computer. You can do it. You got this. You got this. You don't got this. You got this. You don't got this. You got this. I honestly have no idea if it's got this or not. I would assume it's got this. Although this is the one that I assumed it was going to get stuck on for a while, so it doesn't surprise me that it's still taking its precious time here. Keep going, buddy. You got this. $21%. 21%. Oh, it's just determined to be on 21% forever, isn't it? Hey, 45. I'll take 45. I'd rather take 100. I'll take 45. I'll take what I can get. Come on, computer. Unfortunately, the progress bars are the most boring parts of anything that I do. There's no real two ways around it. Operating system repair is kind of boring most of the time. Alrighty. Sorry about that silence there for that prolonged period. Normally I at least make some sort of like small noises every once in a while or something. Had to update the client. No. You get back here, Mr. Screen. But do. Man, this long form video is gonna suck. I have no idea how long I've been recording at this point now that I think on it. It's got to have been at least over an hour. Oh, hey, it says down there 2 hours. Okay, yeah, so this part of the video is 2 hours. The other part, because I didn't know where the pause button was, is another, I don't know how long. So we'll have to see how bad this whole thing ends up. Because then I gotta slam them together. And that's before I even finish the editing. Let's see what Mario's music stuck in my head. So the more that I do this particular kind of repair, the more that I think that this kind of repair is just not cut out for the no-cut style of video. So yeah, that's a thing that I need to be aware of, is that this is not the kind of video that I can really get away with doing in a no-cut fashion, because it's just going to end up causing more problems on the back end. Well then. Man, these cumulative updates are time consuming. You know what? While it's running anyways, I may as well refamiliarize myself with the tags. Since, you know, the act of trying to do something else always speeds computers up. You can see it's up to 82% in the background there just to annoy me. I feel like I already went past it. There, I did go past it. All right, automatic, no prompts, implies -E. Tick E except EULA. Okay, cool, so I can just do tick E. Okay. So we want tick E, we want tick PMB. And we don't want to defrag because this is an SSD, so tick E, tick BMB, tick SD. We're going to do tick SDU as well. All right, restart now. Like I said, as soon as you go to actually look at something, the machine speeds up on you. Do the thing. Do the thing. Do the thing. Do the thing. Go more fast. Do more good. Come on, computer. You can do it this time. Come on. 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 Oh, these little hand gestures are. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oop, oop, careful! Can't use Nintendo music. That won't end well. 8%, 9%. So many progresses. 10%, 15. Come on, keep up at that pace. 17. Yeah. There we go. Keep going, buddy. Keep it going. Keep it going. 23, 24. Yes. Yes. Many much progress. Many much good. Yes. Onwards and upwards. All right, we made it to the reboot. Yes. Keep it going. Yeah, so much faster. Alrighty. Come on, buddy. You're right there. You're right there. We got this. We got this. Come on, guy. We got this. Come on. Yep, finish the cleanup step, and then let's get the antivirus running. Come on. Progress. Progress. Yeah. Alrighty, we are signed back in. And once again, double check for updates. Just to make sure that we're good. Microsoft has had the worst I've ever seen was I had to restart a computer like 4 or 5 times in a row because it wouldn't just download and install all the updates in one go. Apparently they needed to be staggered in order to update properly. So we're just going to go ahead and make sure that we don't have any more pending updates. Good. Nope. Last checked an hour ago. Check again. And we are going to use a wired connection for this because I don't know how much faster the Wi-Fi or the wired connection is going to be, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be faster than the Wi-Fi. So given that the Wi-Fi connection has not given us any reason to believe that it's going to cut out at any point, which is the real reason I was using the Wi-Fi, was to make sure that it wasn't going to be cutting out. They're not playing any intense games or anything. We just want to make absolutely sure that the Wi-Fi isn't cutting out. And it doesn't look like it's going to. So, all right, cool. Last check, 6 p.m. All right, now I cannot remember exactly which flags we're running it on. So we're going to go ahead and open the instructions again. Just make sure we have those flags open and running. And then we're going to window R, CMD, Control Shift and Enter will let us run it as administrator. And we want to run it as administrator because if we don't run it with elevated privileges, it's not going to let you do everything that you need it to do. And then we're going to go cd cd users to get back into the, cd users, and then cd temp admin, and then cd desktop, and cd Tron. And hold on one moment here. All right, sorry about that. Had a call from someone, and I wanted to make sure that I'm not sharing any potential client data on these videos, so I had to pause it. All right, but again, you'll notice the mouse cursor didn't move, and the flashy cursor is still in the same place, so everything is still exactly the same. All right, so now we're going to run tron.bat, and we're going to run tick E, which I remember, tick PMB, tick, let's see, kind of want ER, but I'm going to leave that one alone for the moment. We want the antivirus scans. Tick SD, because defrags are always bad on SSDs. Honestly, there's no point in doing the debloat. Tick SDB, because we're going to run our debloat script afterwards. And that's good, that's good, that's good, that's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. And we'll go ahead and do tick X and enter. And now Tron is going to run and do its thing. Or Tron Script, excuse me, is going to run and do its thing. Need to continue. Oh, look, the any key. Okay. And now let that run. So at this point, I'm going to put the microphone down and just sort of let it run. This entire bit's going to be time-lapsed in the main video, but there's nothing really for me to speak about here. So it's just going to be what's on the screen, really. I know with the black background it can be hard to see the CMD outline, but I'm going to move the cursor off the window so you can see everything. But yeah, we're going to pause it, or pause the microphone, not the video. and you guys can watch how it actually runs. Actually, you know what, let me move this to this side of the screen so it's not being blocked by the laptop camera. And we'll use the icons to actually give you an idea of where the boundary is on the left for the command window. And there we go. Alrighty. So I guess if you're going to watch this whole thing for the freeform, have fun watching the longest video ever, I guess. I'll just put a whole bunch of music over this part, because otherwise it's going to be boring as all hell. Based on the lack of output, the hard drive indicator is still flashing. But I'm not seeing any actual movement. Now, the outputs did actually indicate that it found stuff. But again, I'm not seeing the logs anywhere. I feel like it got interrupted in stage 3, or it got interrupted in stage 4. So let's go ahead and from here we'll actually rerun it this way. Run as admin. Yes. There we go. Beautiful. Yep, incomplete run detected. All right. So I'm going to have to go through and clean up any leftovers because I was basing that assumption off the fact that it looked like Kaspersky was still running. So at the end, I'm going to have to go through and remove Kaspersky and make sure that's removed entirely. But we're going to go ahead and let this continue on. Finish doing what it needs to do. See if this locked up here. Hmm. Well, at that point, we're just gonna have to. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Perfect. I was really worried that it got frozen there. All right. Glad it was just taking time. I was not paying attention. Let's see, what do we have in here? Just log files, hopefully? Yes, just log files. Okay. So, needs that finished. I'm going to make sure that Kaspersky uninstalled properly. Looks like it did. Make sure it's not currently running. Doesn't look like it is. Make sure it's not in startup. And it is not. Okay, cool. So now we're going to run the debloat script. There we go. I don't know why I would ever want number lock off on startup, but there we go. Always show file extensions. So this is a weird one, but we're always going to show file extensions. And you can do that too. And there's really only one Microsoft Store app that we really want installed. And that's just because I'm used to a package manager for installation. That's really it. Oh, I just want to do a view over. That text file is no longer needed. And I'll wait until this finishes. I did not run this as administrator. Okay, so we're going to close that. We're going to run this as administrator this time. Nope. We're going to run this as administrator this time. There we go. Okay. But as you can see, there's your browser's installation, document stuff for install, specific games, clients, communications clients that you can install, any sort of development stuff that you need, multimedia tools that you can install. And this lets you just check those and install them. I don't think there's anything critically there that we need. So for right now, we're just going to go in here, create a restore point. Location tracking on for the reason that we knew. Home group we'll leave on. The rest of this we'll turn off. Power throttling is good because it's a laptop, and if it goes to battery, we want it to be power throttling to save electricity, to save on that battery life. Numlock on startup should always be on. Show the file extensions. We don't want someone downloading something that says .exe and then running it, or it says .doc because they think it's a document, and whoever wrote it to have the document icon, but it's actually an exe. This will show all file extensions so that they're less likely to fall for that in the event that it is malicious. And remove all Microsoft Store apps because that'll remove all the unnecessary stuff. Run tweaks. Now it's going to take a minute. Now it should actually work, since now it was actually run as a administrator, and you can see that it's actually doing up at the top, creating a restore point and all that. It's actually doing what it's supposed to do this time around, where before it was saying, no, you're not allowed to do this, you're not in charge, you're not my real boss. So any errors it's throwing now is the very few things that worked the first time. You can see the amount of stuff that it's removing. That's all unnecessary stuff that Microsoft puts on there. Most people are never going to touch any of that stuff. There we are. All right, so there's our debloat. Mission accomplished. Now, the Tron already ran a DISM and an SFC, so we don't have to worry about that. We can remove the temp admin account and delete it entirely, delete all the remaining files. I can do that off camera just to protect the customer data. But at this point, the machine is largely up and running. Because of the way that user accounts work and Google accounts work and all that, the usual extension suite that I give to customers for their browsers will also have to be done on their individual accounts, which means that, again, to protect user data, I'm going to have to do that off camera, but that will be done just to make sure that my customers are taken care of properly, that they're going to have more security on their browsers. As you saw during that cleanup, it did find a few nasties that were left behind when it was doing its sweep. So that's all good. I believe that's about it. Go ahead and make sure that it knows what all of its hardware is. Okay, so this is going to be the easiest solution, is to check with Support Assist first. Dell and HP have Support Assist, which, while I'm not always a fan of manufacturer software on my own personal machines, on a customer machine, it's an easy way to try and make sure that you have up-to-date drivers. No. I mean, yes, but no. I don't care about this is moot. This is what I actually care about. And this is why I don't really like having the manufacturer-specific software for this stuff, is they will try to tell you, hey, reach out, give us more money. Well, there's not really a point. If you know how, if you have a good tech guy, or if you know how to maintain your own equipment, obviously that's just money that you're throwing at the manufacturer. And I think that's a few $100s a year, which isn't really necessary. They don't actually protect you against viruses. They don't do any sort of cleanings or anything like that. They just cover hardware defects, which that's really not necessary after the first year, 2 years, somewhere in that range, which is covered by your manufacturer's warranty anyways. After that, most of the time it's cheaper to hire someone to repair whatever hardware damage there is, on a case-by-case basis, depending on the model and depending on the availability of parts. So it's something that you want to talk to a local technician about, find out what repairs are available for a given model, how common it is to be able to find parts for that given model, and what failures would or wouldn't be easy to fix. For example, a motherboard failure is harder to find someone who can repair than a hard drive failure or a RAM failure in almost every model. Come on, come on, come on, come on. It's not a hard drive. I hate it when they do this. I hate this. All it does is make that misnomer just swim out into the wild. So there are solid state drives, there are mechanical hard drives, and there are solid state hard drives, and those are 3 different things. And unfortunately, they get conflated a lot, and people use them interchangeably, and it causes problems on the technician side when that happens, because we know what they are, and we want to use those terms very specifically to be referencing what we want to talk about. And when we see stuff like this, to the end consumer, yeah, it doesn't make a difference. It's what stores my pictures. But to a technician, it's critical that we know exactly what we're dealing with, because if it's the wrong type of drive, if we try to defrag an SSD, that's going to shorten its life. But if we try to, or if we pick up a computer and walk around with it without powering it off because we think it's an SSD, that could be potentially damaging a mechanical drive. Well, more accurately, we may take less precautions moving a mechanical drive, if we think it's a mechanical drive. Mechanical drives are more prone to impact, more prone to vibration. So this machine, now that it has a solid state, if that hinge was more secure, I'd be comfortable just picking it up and going and shaking it, because of that solid state's not going anywhere. Mechanical drive, if I did that, I might kill the computer outright. So you got to know what you're working with, so you know what risks you can and can't take, what your limits are when working on the hardware. And that's sort of where the difficulty comes in, when you have someone who's not exactly, when you have a manufacturer who's using the same word interchangeably to cover both pieces of hardware, because it puts that confusion out into the wild. Consumers come in and say, "Oh, my hard drive's messed up," and we go, "Okay, well, is it hard drive? Is it an SSD? Is it a solid state hard drive?" Which is a mix between the two, and so isn't one or the other. And we need to try and narrow it down. And the consumer doesn't always know exactly what is in their machine because the manufacturer wasn't being clear about it. Stress test. I have one of those every day. Ah, he's got jokes. Yeah, talk too much. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna, like, I wanted to run the hardware test, but that was it. This is what I care about. That is a BIOS. I don't care about BIOS. All right. This is not opening in a browser window. Of course not. Let's try this. If this doesn't work, we'll try and open this. This is one of those times where if the computer has Bluetooth, there's no reason we shouldn't use it, or we shouldn't make sure the customer has access to it. End of life, my keister. Yeah, and you're just going to tell me the BIOS too. No, wait, no, that's... You can go away. I don't care if it's supported by Windows 11. Hey. Okay. So I want all 4 of these. And then I'm going to find that Bluetooth driver separately. So unfortunately, I've just talked too much. My throat is just unhappy. Largely, this job is done at this point. There's not a whole lot more for me to explain. So I'm just gonna let the video continue recording. But yeah, my my vocal cords are not happy, so I'm gonna have to stop talking. And yeah, that's it. Mute. And there you have it. Drive cloned, machine drastically sped up, debloated, antiviraled, and mission complete. So, that's the repair done. Only took, the better part of 6 hours, somewhere in that range. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. This part of the recording, at least, is 4 hours, and I have no idea how long the other part is. But the beautiful part is that with all those progress bars that are there, most of this repair is set and forget, which means that you can just sort of start it and walk away. You should have come back every once in a while, sort of poke at it and make sure that it's still moving. Make sure that if the progress bar is done, you can start it on the next one. And that's really all there is to it.